Okay, welcome back. This is Westside Electrical Desktop. So we're going to start making this, but it might have to be a little different because we have to start with the small desktop first, which is 1024. And it looks like we've reached the limits of this. Where did it start? Well, I was originally wanting to start on desktop. Let's see, 1, 2, 4. So what I need to do is I need to just squeeze into mobile or into tablet really quick for portfolio. Let's see. I'm just going to make this longer. Yada 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 before. Here we go. Instead of width 1000, let's see, portfolio group before, we're going to make this like 3000 on tablet. Okay, same thing with the after, the border. And there we go. Okay, that solves that. But these triangles, again, they need to be adjusted. Here's my triangles. Are my triangles inside the grid? Yes, they are. Because the grid is only so far wide, right? And I need this to be on the edge all the time. So, because you see on small desktop, this is what it looks like. I think it's just a fundamental flaw of keeping triangles in the grid. So let's remove it from the grid. And put it up here. So it's always on the edge of the container. Whoops. Okay, so where are these things? Where are my triangles at? Oh, you know, maybe they're up here. Did I not do it right? Let's see, portfolio. I don't see a position relative on portfolio, so I need to do that. So there's those guys, so that means their position is going to change. So top. Okay, I'll take that. That looks fine. I'm just thinking how I want to do this. So it's tough when you have these images that are reliant on being on the right, on the edge here. 375, because I think I gotta move my triangles more. There they are, okay. 270. iPad. See, that's the problem here. Yeah, let's do responsive. So as I move my screen, these guys keep moving as well and jumping. So I think I need to make these bigger. So that as I spread this out, that. Okay, there's that. And if we shift all these over, I think it looks better. Right, negative 155. And then top was 57. It's a little better. So that when we move out, so when we go to, it looks like when we pop to tablet, that's when we, okay, let's just remove these for now. So when we pop our tablet, it's still in a good position, but we need to move it over more. Right needs to be negative 150. What's going on here? It's not moving with. Okay. Yeah, sorry guys, but this is just part of the deal. Let's see. So it's always going to be right. Is it because, yes, it's because my standard, this isn't moving because the width never gets any bigger. A fundamental flaw. So I need my portfolio with 100%. Max width. I think that's what it is, max width. So what I need to do now, so this, what is this max width? 548, and that's what I do with these. Target these specifically, max with, okay, with the 548 pixels. Margin left, auto. Margin right, auto. So we fix that. And now our triangles don't need to be as crazy off to the right so that they stay. There we go. That's better. Okay, now I just need, okay, now we start up here. So obviously this thing has to go longer as well. So go to home, landing, I think it's here before, so 768. No, it was in the cards. Was it in the cards? No, here before. width of 1000. We're going to change this to width of 3000. And then looks like we're still, we're clipping it here a little bit. So we need to bring it up. Let's do negative 120. So if we go to 768 for tablet, that looks fine. But we gotta move our triangles up. So our cards here. Because we moved up the before, so now we're going to move this up to negative 61. Okay, so I think we solved that. Now we can go to 124. Let's zoom out a little bit. And this is the beginning. So you notice again, we have to fix this. We're not going to have nearly as many. I think we, for our nav links, we're actually only going to have 4. So about, home, about, services, portfolio, contact. Let's see, home, about, service, portfolio, testimonials. We're going to hold off on that for now. Let's see, do I have a services page? Yeah, services is just going to go down to there. So let's go into our core styles, small desktop, and we need to get rid of this background. Is it on navbar? I think navbar needs to be, let's see, position absolute. Oh yeah, you're getting it from the before element on the body. Remove this. That's cool. Then we just go to our side nav A, make it white, and then we gotta hide our hamburger. So hidden elements. And this guy's going to be font size 16, so our side nav A's. Font size 16. Letter spacing 0.05 M. And then I think it's bold. Actually, I gotta remove these two because he doesn't have a portfolio ready yet. I'm just gonna have a portfolio page section there. I'm just gonna put a couple things in there because I don't think he has enough images yet for portfolio. So let's just go ahead and remove these. So portfolio and testimonials we're gonna get rid of. And we're not going to delete them, we're just going to comment them out because I do want them later. And now our image, so 317 for our navbar image. Is that up here? Navbar image width 317 pixels. And it looks like it's got a margin top of 47. I actually want this to be in an A tag because I want it to be a link. So if I do that, that changes that. Let's see if it changes on mobile. Okay, nothing's changed on mobile. So that's good. Tablet's fine. So it's just responsive. Let's change it to A. Whoops. Logo. I think the image is display none, yeah. So I gotta do and navbar image is display none. So to bring it back, and there it is. Okay. So why is this not containing it? What's going on? It's a display block. This should be I'm gonna figure out why this image is breaking out of the class, the logo class. Maybe I just gotta make its width 317. So it fits perfectly. Okay. So then this A, for some reason, has some padding on it. Top 40 should be top 47. So now that's appropriate. That's where it's supposed to be. This will need to move. This is 62. But let's just make this in the center. This is on top, margin right, so let's do a margin top of 20. Push it down? No. Let's transform it. 20. And so if I go to the top, that's about its top. So if I wanted to go 67 down, that means the translate Y has to be 7 pixels. But that doesn't look right. I think this padding is, let's see. I think the padding was affecting that. So then if I change this to 7, that should be exactly where it's supposed to be. So on top. And now, so my moon is right here, but it's black. It needs to be white. So off the flat icon I go. I'll sign in off screen. I'm just going to grab me a moon and make it white. Come on, you can do it. Oh, come on. Yeah, they've been having trouble lately signing in. I don't know why it's got to be so difficult. There we go. Now we're talking. Moon. I want... do I want to be fancy or do I want to be simple? Because I could do this one or I could do this one. I think I'll do this one. So I'll edit the icon. Wait for the icon to load. Man, they're killing me right now. It's frozen. Yeah, alright, try again. Froze, edit. Change the color to white. Download as an SVG. And let's go into our Carver Web. Westside images, and we're going to override the moon. So, moon. Yes. And there's our moon. Looks like it just needs some adjustment. Push it down a little bit, and that looks pretty good. So we need to go to dark line 342. So is that top of 71? Yeah, that looks about even. Okay, we got these guys. And it's 47 pixels between them. So I gotta go here. It's 35 right now, so 633 on core styles. This should be 47. So they push up against each other like that. And then contact actually needs to have the button style added to it. So the way I want to do this, contact button. So I only want to add the styles to it for desktop, because if I try adding the button solid class to it, I'm going to have to go in on mobile and change it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy and paste the button solid, and I'm going to go down to side nav A. I think I'll put it right here. Maybe contact button. And that should turn it into that. Key phrase being should. I think I forgot that before. Yeah. Here's that. So it looks like I got some things I gotta override. Namely, it's, let's see, so it's getting a padding that I have to reset, so I gotta do padding of, where's that padding at? I think that's what I gotta do, side nav. So if I do side nav, whoops, wrong one. I think I gotta be more specific. Okay, that's better. That's what I'm talking about. We got a width of 88. Let's remove this padding and give it a width of 88. Padding 0. Is that really? It seems a little... How is this? Font size 16. Okay, maybe that's it. 50. 34. So line height 34. I think that was it. It was a line height, width of 88. Okay. I think we got our contact. And this can actually come over some more. And it looks about right. 342 again. Our right value is going to be 50. Cool. Okay, that is our nav bar. Let's get this margin right over a little bit. I feel like we need to go, yeah, 40. Let's do margin right at 40 because I felt like this was over this is over here too much. So 595. And that means this is going to be a right of 10. Let's do 0. Where's 0? Okay, so that's 0. Let's do 20 there. And then let's do 20 here. 30. Give it some space. There you go. Put these guys on the side. So now let's get to our so this guy here. $10.24. So nav bar width 100. I don't want it to be 100%. I don't want it to be full. So let's do 96%. And what's its max width over here? Let's say 1200. So max width at 1200. Alright, so that means I needed to move this over. There, because I want touching, and that's touching. I think I can bring over the nav some more. So on top, let's do 20. Yeah. Okay, so that means hero text. Close you up. So we got our container. Should be a max width. Let's see, max width of 800. We need to switch that up. So now we go to styles, and we are in landing 1024. This should be 1200, width of 96%, just like its top. And I want it padding 0. So it looks like it's got padding on it. For some reason, it's not the same as this. 983. And this container, it's because I got a padding on the hero. There we go. Now these line up. I want one of the things you need to notice is where things are lined up in your design, and all of these are lined up except for this card. These cards, for some reason, are not, and it looks fine. But these are lined up, so those are lined up good. Libby Allen's expert electrician, so we need to shrink this to 560. And it's going to be here. So it needs to be 560. Interesting. 550. Okay. And this line looks like it's got a line height that's bigger. Line height 70, so if I do font size 58, line height 70. Okay, that fixes that. This is 18 and 24. This is 16. Okay, and then this is a width of 434. And this margin bottom is 50, and 50 and 73. So that's 50. Right, now this should be 50. So home H, margin bottom 50, and this should be 73. Let's just reset your margin. And then, oh, because this is getting a text-align center from the hero text, I think. Text-align left. Yes. And this is pushing down. This needs to be 73. Okay, so that's exactly how it should be. And now for this. So let's say, what is this margin top? 250. So from the top of this, from the top of Westside to down here, that should be 218. It's 250. So hero text, it's 218, roughly. And from the looks of it, home needs to be a height of 1140. Excuse me, burped. So hero should be 1140. And it looks like our cards are still just a little small. And let's bump these guys up. So let's see what this looks like with a width of 1315. So we gotta go back to our cards. Got triangle. Okay. Let's move this up. Top negative 95. So we got our triangles now. That will be positioned on the right and move with it. So now one of the things I can do is make these smaller so they can fit in the so they can fit up here. So what we're going to do is this container, cards container. Okay, Okay, so that's max width 100%, so we only get 3 of these guys. Okay, looks like first and third again, and second and fourth are all together. So let's just reset these for now. Take these, transform none. So I just want them to, I just want to get them lined up right now, and then I'll move them. So what we need to do now is the, so cards.card, let's do a width of 24% so that they all fit nice and neatly. I know the padding is 50, so let's do 50 top and bottom and 20 left and right, so we can get some more space here. And then I think what I'm going to do is I'm not going to transform all of them. I'm just going to set this as the baseline, and then I transform these down. So I want, let's first find out how much we have to transform these. This is 96 pixels, so I'm going to transform these guys 96 pixels from the top. Okay, and let's see. Where's my margin? I had a margin top on something. Margin top on the container. Okay. So this container.
Now you can't climb up. Keep the fucking bathrooms our code so we won't fucking shit in the bathtub.
Alright. See, 131 away from there. Or we can just make it from here. 125. So I need to bring this up all the way up. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring it up to where it's touching, and I'm gonna subtract 125 from it. It's touching right here, so I need 557 minus 125. That's gonna be negative 432 is what this should be. And that's exactly where they need to be.
Go upstairs, go downstairs. Don't be on the stairs.
And then I just want to make sure I have this place. So this line should be going through right about through this S. So that means this has to come down a little bit. Right about there is through that S. So hero before. Oops. That wasn't right. Hey, what the heck happened here? Oh, there, I forgot to move these guys up. Oh boy. Alright. That's it. I forgot to actually. I put it in here, and then I didn't actually save it. Okay. this bottom, negative 132, which means our triangles right there, negative 75. Okay, now this should be appropriately placed. Let's see if this is going through this line. This is going through there. Yeah, I guess the only thing is just these aren't as wide as they need to be, but yeah, this whole thing should be placed pretty darn close to the Figma. So this is what our landing's going to be. You see, this might be loaded when the screen loads, so that's why we're not lazy loading these. I still feel like this is too much, this gap. Oh, I think I did it from the top. I need to do it from the bottom. So $153. It's 218. It should be 153. That's why it felt off, because I was going from the top of this, which is 231, but it really needs to be turned down here. See? So this feels better, but it looks like we got a margin top here too to deal with. Do we? Oh, this padding top might be throwing things off. So on my hero, I'm going to take off the padding top. Okay. There we go. Now that's perfect now. And see this line? That means I have to see this. The before is sticking out over here, that little border sticking out, so I got to move the button over. So transform, or let's do margin left, 6 pixels. Yeah, because 6 pixels is how far it comes out, so I move it to the left, to the right 6 pixels. And that should be fine. Okay, this feels good. This feels better. Everything is as it should be. And now we got to figure out what to do here, because if we look at it, if we try to fit this whole section in, yeah, this is at least 1200 pixels, but we're only on 14. Or we're only on 1024, so if I make this 1024, bring to the front, I can't see you. Why can't? Alright, I'm just going to put this thing on top all the way up here. Come on. There we go. Okay, so this is 1170. This is 1024. So if I have it right here, if I'm going to capture this much of it and make it full width, that means this has to fit within this. Well, let's find out. So first things first, we have to take this container. So we have our standard on it. So now we got to change our standard. So in our about, We're going to look at max width 1200. Okay, and that's going to cause that problem. So our content what is this? Let's say 500. Make this content 500. About, why is it not working? Oh, because I did something stupid. And it's still not working. Oh, even dumber. There it is. Okay, text align left. Okay, and so this content section is living inside this container. So I want to set its margin left to be auto. So it pushes from the left all the way over, and I want to remove its margin right so it hugs the right side of the container. So now it forces it over here. So I got all this space now. And what I need to do, so I got these. I need to push this up more. See that? See how this is? I keep clicking this, and it's annoying me. So what I'm going to do is over here, triangles, pointer events, none. Leave me be. See, now I don't click on it. It basically is the cursor's ignoring it. So the content looks like it has a padding top. Let's remove that padding top, and then our container, our about, has a big padding top. Zero. So I want to get this spacing right. So what I want to do, because this card section has a padding bottom of 100, all right, and that is from the bottom of this. So the bottom of the actual button, not its border, to here should be about 274. Let's say 270 with including line height. So 270 minus the 100 from the top. So I need to have a padding top. Stop doing things. Of 170 on my about. So about padding top should be 170. And that should be about 270, which is what it should be about from here. And now you guys. So I want to move you. Let's fix your width. Let's just make you a little bigger and see what we can get away with. Margin left, we're going to move you over. Then our top, you're coming up. Oh, I see what's happening. Something, I think I have an overflow hidden on about. Or, where's this overflowing? Oh, it's being covered by the slash. So, about lights. I have to adjust the Z index. Oops. Oh, all that work for nothing. Dang it. $500. Now let's do -5. Okay, so let's just get these. Width 500, margin left negative 500 pixels. Oh. Why do I keep doing this? There we go. Okay, so now it's on top. And then top value should go more than that, 9. Okay, and this is crossing over into here. So let's try 50. Okay, 50 is not enough. 90. I need, okay, so I need 100. Okay. But I don't want it to go over here. So that means I need to bring hero up. So if I bring hero up, that covers that. And then hero before, let's just do 10. Another option is to make hero not as tall so that these just go up here into the light. But my lights, my triangles, because they're also going underneath. All right, z-index issues. Let's do z-index of 100, 1000, 103. Okay, so if I do that, I just got to bring my cards up. So I bring my container. And then z-index. No, that's not working. Do another container. Oh, cards container, here we go. Okay, this might work. I don't know. Okay, cards container. So number one, I gotta go to cards. My triangles need to have a z-index of 103. And then my container needs to have a z-index 104. And then the height of my before here, which is covering these guys, let's bring it down. And that means I gotta bring it up. So by doing this, and that's about where it needs to be, right there. Oh, but then we have this. Conundrums. Conundrums all around. Okay, the -1 doesn't do it either. Okay, so I'm running into a problem. I can fit these lights just fine. However, the before that goes all the way down is covering these and is on top. So maybe I need to add the before to the cards. Just trying to figure out the C index issue so this doesn't get cut off, and this doesn't get cut off over here either. Because I need hero to be above this one, but if hero is going to be above this, then its pseudo element will be above it as well. So I need to move the pseudo element that is making this to somewhere else. Which I think I have to do it to the about. So I take the before, I copy it, move it to about, actually, how big is this? I never actually found out. Height of 100. So make this 100. And then on big desktop, I just hide before. There's about. Okay, so that's going to be here. So that means top. So it needs to go to the top. Okay, so there's that. So that means these would be 104, and they go on top. And then hero, this needs to be 105. God bless it, but then it's like, because if this is on top of everybody, this before will never go on top of it. So then I add the before, son of a bitch. Maybe I add it to the card. If I add it to the cards, so there's that. Okay. Okay. If I move up the hero, so that covers that. And now I need my cards container to be on top of that. And then cards before to be on top of that, or let's see, on top of this. 5. Okay, so then my lights. That doesn't look like it works. This is so annoying. Freaking annoying. Unless... No, that's not going to work. If I did an overflow on the cards... Man, I am stuck here. Because if I did an overflow on the cards... let's see if I did it on the container. Is that going to cause an issue? Yeah, that's still not going to work. Huh. Well, this is quite the puzzle to make this go underneath here. But it's on top of this. It's on top of the hero thing. I'm just trying to... How is this going to work? Where is the flaw in the design? How can I make this better? Maybe if I put the before on the container. I put this in the container. Now I'm just trying anything. So I put it on the container. That's where that goes. And then hero goes on top. Container goes on top of that. But this freaking thing. So, I think I might be getting somewhere. Okay, so it works on the cards. So if I do the before, if I send this back, that doesn't work. Unless I think I'm gonna, okay, I think I got something here. Dot light group dot lights. Okay, so there's my lights. Let me just see how this affects the other screens. Looks like it's very much so. Let's close this off because I think I got it figured out now. So I just need to fix this. So lights, position absolute, width 150. This is lights. I think I need to do the image. I think the image inside of it I have to do display block and then a width of auto, or no, 100%. There we go. I just set it to a display block so that I can set a width to it and set its width to 100% its container, which is now the lights container. All right. See, like this lights, that's the container now. And all of the, that's why I like to add classes to my images. So if I have to add them into a div, I just put the lights on the div and everything else works fine. So I go to iPad, that's great. Okay, now I'm going to go to responsive. Okay, here we are. Okay, now we're back where we are. So I have this idea. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add pseudo elements to match this line to go on top. And either I add the pseudo element, either I'm going to add the pseudo elements to the group, or I'm going to add it to the cards themselves. I'm going to get this right, dang it. So first we got to fix these widths. So I think this is too much. Let's bring it down to yeah, 413 looks good. And then the top of -5, nah, 6. Yeah, that looks fine. We gotta go back to these cards because this button here. Well, I gotta go after the cards. The index of 200. There, I had to bring that on top. Okay, and next thing I gotta do is I gotta bring these triangles up. Looks like the triangles are being covered. So if that's 15, and if I make the card, I think the card's in the background, I think that's why. Right? No, they already have one. God, the problems I cause myself. See, that's not enough. But before, it's the index of 15. This is in the container. So maybe I don't put it on the container. I gotta put it on cards so that I can position it with the triangles, which is in the cards. So top. There we go, and then our triangles. Triangles in negative 143. Okay. This is there. The triangles are there. The only thing that is blocking these is this. So what I think I need to do, I'm going to see if a pseudo element that I place on a high z index on will cover this. So let's use this pseudo. We're going to go to lights. And I need to get, I'm just going to put it black for now. Oops, no, it's already got a position on it. Set this before it on it. Oh, lights, there we go. So I put a Z index on it. Okay, so that's not going to work. So then what I need to do, let's make this 11 pixels. So what I need to do instead, I need to put this on the container. Yeah, because these are positioned with that margin left from the center. So if I take these, go to my cards container. I should actually put this before the cards. There we go. Always put your pseudos next to their containers. Okay, so then this is going to be cards. That container before. Okay, there it is. So I'm going to do left 50%. Okay, let's open up Paint. Light HG. Whoops, select. How wide is this? Oh, I guess I can always go into the, don't save. I can always go into the Figma. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because this counts as part of this one. So 7 wide. And then I'm going to open this back up. Don't save. So 6, 15, 30. Six, 15, 30. So that should be the same color now. And then I wanted left 50%, margin left of -200 for now. And let's see, a height, let's just do 100 pixels for now. Bottom 0. Z index of 1. No, not 12. Why is it 1200? 10. Okay, so now we're behind it. Great. Okay, and because we're actually shrinking this, this is going to be less, so -418. So maybe this is going to be like 5. There we go. Okay, now we just got to move it over. Almost. I wonder if I move the lights over. So close. So maybe I gotta go smaller. Maybe 417. Maybe it needs to be 4 pixels. I mean, it's not exactly perfect. Still a little fuzzy. Unless there's always something more. So if I do this, so there's that, bottom, negative 500. Too much, let's do 550, 40. There we go. So instead, I just make a new line. Width of 7, no, 6, or 5. Maybe 417. Let's make this 6 pixels. There we go. Don't even know. Let's do 418. 419, and now, nope, 418. Just a little bit, so 417. There we go. We covered it all. We have our own line. I love it. Okay. Okay, I think, yeah, this is how it's going to have to be until I get to bigger screens where this can be full-sized, and we'll see. This might just have to be my my little trick, my little secret. So let's do it again with an after. Sneaky. Okay, negative 191. Ha! Ha! There it is. I got you. Okay, and that's what I'm talking about when I say we create illusions. So you just got to find creative solutions to what your problem is. Again, pseudo elements to the rescue. So let's see. What do I want to do next? I think that's all we need there. I think they drop down more though. So my lights, I would like to let's drop them down some more because we do have a lot of white space. So lights will be negative 465. That means our pseudos got to come down even more. There's that one. And our after. Whoops. 580. 560. Okay, there we go. So we got our little wires there now. Sweet. I'm okay. I'm happy. I beat it. I beat the computer and its illogical ways of thinking. Now actually, I think I gotta. This space is off. Now that I'm looking at it. So, where is this spacing coming from? So this is 25. This is 25, or margin bottom 25. And this needs to be 81. So we're missing, so 81 minus 25. So we're missing 56 pixels in padding. So cards button solid. Let's do a margin top. 56 pixels. Yeah. Okay. So cards button solid. And that means this, does this change? Because I think this is, yeah, this is, these are not going to change because these are based off of each other. So that's fine. This doesn't change. Actually, guys, I gotta make these pseudos longer now again. 650. Bottom. That's good. So I gotta bring this bottom down. Okay. I think we're all good here. Let me just make sure our fonts are good. So we got 16 and 19. This is 16. Line height of 28. Really? Let's go to about. Font size 16, line height 19. See, that doesn't look right. Maybe I gotta download Barlow. Google Fonts. Barlow. Download you guys. So we're gonna do the whole process. Take you guys. Plop you in there. So it looks like I got Barlow regular to deal with. So let's open up our course styles again. So copy this. Barlow, and that's going to be, let's get this. So Barlow regular, let's copy relative path. Throw that in here. Fix the slashes. And then copy and paste. So when we have Barlow regular, wrong one. Let's see, here we go. Barlow regular. When I go to my body, I have Barlow. Okay. That should definitely be Barlow. This doesn't feel right. Like, why does this look, I mean, is it any different? Maybe not. Maybe I'm just being ridiculous. Again, we need our button here to move. So let's move you guys. Style. About button solid. 6 pixels again for that line. Okay, so we got these guys. They're good. Now we need to worry about our hover state. So I want my hover state buttons. So button, solid, hover, background. We're gonna go, what's this color? 292929. Then also, it's before. So when I hover over this, it should turn all of it should turn black. Oh, too PC. Whoops. And then color white. There we go. That's our hover. Yeah, I think that's what I want. Okay, so that's so that they all got their hover states now. Frequently asked questions. I think these are fine. See, I copied this from Park Place, so I got to change all these eventually. But here's the frequently asked questions. And here's our services. So let's go down to services. Actually, 36. 32. Ah, we gotta change our standard. So lights, content, standard H2, font size 36 pixels, and 43 line height. And then our sub, font size 24, line height 28. Standard P, font size 16, line height 19 pixels. So that means these should be fixed as well. This is 36. This is what we need it to be. Now, okay, Whidbey Island. So we're going to make this longer. So H2 in services, width of 820, margin left auto, margin right auto. I don't know if I need that or not, but I know it's going to come. Oh, we also got to change this container size. Let's bring this down. Damn. All right. Well, jeez. Just electrical surface of 4 would be. Why is this like? All right. Whatever. There we go. There's that. This is 610. And I'm looking at the animations here. I feel like I can use another one up here. So one of them, I'm going to bring in some symbols that I have displayed none in the past. So image 5, you're coming up to the big leagues. So image 5, that's you, you're right here. So I want you to go over here. That means I want your left to be at least 50%. Let's do 40. Okay, there it is. And then top of negative 20%. More. And then animation delay. 0.3 seconds. Oh, looks like you're getting it from this one. These two are like animating at the same time, so I think I just got to override. 0.2, important. And then duration is 1.7, so let's do 2.1 seconds. Override. Let's make this 3. There we go. You see they're kind of bouncing back and forth now. You don't want things animating in and out like right next to each other like that. So I filled in that space. I feel pretty good about that. I feel like we're missing something here. So I think 6. Are you display none? Yeah. Let's throw you in the mix. Or make your left even more. 60, 80, 70. Right, that's going to be 6. And we're going to make its duration 1.1. Too much, too fast. 2.6. So I want it to be in a different interval than this one. There you go. That fills that in a little better. I think I want to set a max width to this as well, because I don't want them to stretch infinitely and then spread out more. I'd like to just keep them within their little containers here. So I think symbol group. Max width of 1200. Just keep it centered. So it's with 100%. So that when I do get past 1200, that it stays centered instead of just staying left 0, which is what it is now. What it was. So there we got that. I dig it. I like this. I like this section. This feels good. I think I want some more space though. Let's do padding top on services. $180. And that means symbol group has to come down too. 142. I'm just making sure that that's not too close to the text. Let's just do 132. Hey, that's fine. Now, these guys. So I think what I gotta do is I gotta I'm gonna try and do this, but I gotta make it smaller. Because I would like to have this for small desktop. So we're gonna do that. But real quick, let's see, 25 minutes. Yeah, I got somebody coming to pick up some, we got a broken recliner and some other junk after cleaning out the garage. So some dude with a pickup truck's gonna I'm just gonna pay him to take it to the dump for us. He should be here any minute now. So that's enough of my personal life. I am going to do a little quick pause here, and you know, it won't be much time for you. It's just gonna be a weird, awkward, you know, cut edit. So I'll be back, and we'll redo it. We'll do this when I get back. Okay, I am back, and my driveway is now trash free. So let's see. I'm just wondering how I'm gonna honestly fit these, really. So first, let's just see if we can even make it work. So services here. Not services. What is this? Services. FAQ. Oh, did I put? Oh no, this is the symbol group. Okay. That's what I was doing. That's what happens when you come into your work after doing something else. So services, we got okay, the ID services, or there we go. Class services. So we got to grab the container, and let's turn it into a Flex container. Just say Flex, justify content center. So I want them to be next to each other, and now. So services needs to be max width. %. Okay, these are okay. This is looking okay. So I need to make these smaller. Why is this like all the way up? What if I do services, card, height, auto? No. How tall is this? 732. What if I make it 650? But I only want the card, nth of type 1, and 3. Okay, and margin top of 40. So right now it's a width of 328. Let's do width of 300. Did I do that right? Why is this being weird? Shoot, I don't know. Interesting. Why is it? I don't understand. So like when I make it 600, it's not exactly 600, right? It's like coming over here. What is this? I'm just trying to figure out why is it being so weird? Let's also grab the number 2 one. Let's set its width to be no more than, so what is it at now? 492, let's say 400. Again, weird. Why is it being weird? Okay, 3, 4, 4. Maybe because they were pushing against each other and the box wasn't big enough. So let's make these like 380 maybe. And then, wait, no, not 2, this one. Height 650, 630. A little smaller, and then a margin top of an extra 10. Cool, I think that works. How far off? So we are 86 pixels down. So surfaces has a margin top of 50. So we just have to do a, wait a minute. Okay, this surface is top up here. So, oh, the surface is, this one has a margin top. 86 pixels. Should push up against there nicely. And cool, we're able to fit these guys in here. That's black, that's black. What is this button though? So I need to take this one, type 2, hover, background bar, primary, hover before, border 2 pixels, solid, bar, primary. And we can't forget color, white. Okay, there we go. Just gonna make sure we got all of our hover states done. So that looks good. Let's make sure the spacing is all right. So this to here is 228. Okay, so we got 25 plus 100, so 125 plus 100 is 225. 228, not bad. 225, so I mean it's just 3 pixels off. So portfolio. Padding top 103. And that'll add up to 228. That means these are good. Wondering, I think I start to make these bigger. Let's see, 13, 15. Okay, let's play with these guys. Let's bring this top up. Let's see where our bottom is. Oh, geez, yeah, we got a lot of these. Okay, so that's our bottom. Got it. Just top of negative 660. Okay, and then we gotta move it to the right, because obviously you can't have all these animated things behind it. It's too distracting. We gotta push it over a little bit and get all these darker triangles out of the way. Right, negative 5, let's see, right, negative 567 pixels. And let's bring it down a little bit. So that's the bottom. So top, negative 564. Let's make this a little more opaque, 0.7, 0.2, no, 0.5. Just a little, just to make it a little more subtle, so it's not as in your face over here. But that's fine. That's fine for now, for a small desktop at least. So we got these guys up here doing their thing. Okay, so we got this to fit. This is appropriately sized. Now I think this is where we start doing this. Because this is interesting, having one just cut off, like, if, you know, screw you. Wondering what I'm going to do. I think I'm just going to do these. So I need, see, 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2. So I need 3 fractions for portfolio grid. One FR, one FR, one FR. So instead we have 2, so I'm going to make 3. So now we have 3 boxes. And so we got 1 here in the corner, and so I only want 2 rows. so rows. All right. So grid column, start on 1, end on 2. Grid row, start on 1, end on 2. This is item 1, got it. This one is taking up our 2 space here. This one's good. 1. Which one is this? This is 2. Now item 3. This is item 4. So for item 3, so grid column is going to be 1 to 2. So from 1 to 2, this is line 1, this is line 2. And then grid row, I want to start on row. So this is row 1, line 2. So I'm going to go from 2 to 3. So that goes there. And then we're missing, I think we're missing 5. That's because that's part of the display none. And I want you to go on row, grid, so column 1, 2, so 3 to 4. So line 3 to 4 and grow, and so line 2 to 3. And I gotta set a background on that, I think. Sounds like that has a background on it. There it is. So we got that. So this grid, okay, this has a padding on it, so we're going to remove that padding. There we go, because I want it to go full width. And let's see what the grid gap is here. Actually, I don't need that. 20. So on my grid here, grid gap, 20 pixels. And that's that. And our height is 400. So I think the grid is going to be a height of 400. So there's those guys, but this doesn't make sense. So if it's 400, oh, 400 what? 704, sorry. That's 704 tall. There we go. That makes more sense. Grid is so easy. It's, I mean, once you get the hang of it, it's a pain in the butt to try and get comfortable with it. But yeah, I like it. It's pretty neat. So we got that. And then once we get to the larger screens, like 1300, 1400, that's when this will start looking more like what it's supposed to look like. Because right now we just have to deal with making it a little more subtle over here, so we're not overpowering or taking over the visual hierarchy of our text, because our text is most important. So now here in the testimonials, okay. So this is 103, no, 100 and 100. 100. That's 200. And it's 255. So I need another 55 pixels. Let's go to reviews, 64. 155 instead of 100. So push that down more, which is what it is supposed to be in the Figma. And then let's get these cards going. I think we can start doing the side by side now. So now we gotta go our reviews. Okay. And then this is 821, it's our H2, so oh, wait a minute, there's 48, hello. And then 56. Margin left auto, margin right auto to center. Huh. I guess I gotta redo that up here. Hey, what the hell happened here? Okay, so this is also gotta be 48, so let's go to services here. And then portfolio. Okay, so now that we fix that, this text is 610. And let's just copy this margin left and right auto so that we can center it left and right. So there's that. I'm doing margin left auto, margin right. I'm specifying it because these already have margins on the bottom that I don't want to reset and redo and repeat. So I'm just specifically targeting the left and right only, just to center them. And then about 50 pixels on the bottom. So we got reviews box, margin top 50. Okay, so that's 50. Let's do dot review box, display, flex, flex, wrap, because I want it to jump, and then reviews. What is it? Is it card or review? Card. Reviews dot card, width of 45%. Max width. Let's set a max width of like, yeah, what is that? 505. So it'll grow and grow and grow until it's 505. They have margins on them. How much margin do we need? 20, so they should have 10. do margin 10 pixels. There we go. And then, so I want it, you'll see this margin right here is preventing it from touching the side. I want it to touch the side of the container so that when I do get my container ready to go, they're just floating and touching the edge of their container. So where is this? Quality, 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 quality. So cards. So their container will be width of 1030. So I need int of type 1 and int of type 3. So I want the first and third one. Margin left is 0. And then the second and fourth one, their margin right is 0, so that they touch the edge of their containers. There we go. And now we just got to fix these suckers. So this P, yeah, let's just start from the top. Text line left. There we go. So I made it be 100% of its container. And then we just got to set this image, so record name image, to display inline block. Vertical line middle. Margin 0. Okay, so I think what I need to do now, I think this needs to be display flex, justify content space between. Pushes them in between each other. So space between maximizes the space between them, and it pushes them to the left and right. So when you have like sections of a website that you have content that needs to go from to the left side and some content that goes to the right, space between is your thing. And I want to align the items in the center, so that align items has to do with vertical, justify content is horizontal. So I want them to be centered vertically, but horizontally I want them to put as much space between them as possible. And that's what that is. And now so what is this space? It's probably what, 18? Let's just say 15. So card name. Let's push that down. And then I gotta get P under control. Text align. I have to reset its text, its width and its text align. Its font size is 16. This is 16. Line height of 19. Okay. And its width is actually going to be 391. So set it 100%. 391. I guess not. Oh, let's do 100% max width 391 pixels. There we go. And then margin 0. Okay. So we got padding 54 and 58 left and right. So padding on the top is 54 pixels. On the left is 58 pixels. On the bottom is 42. And 58 on the left. So that should, yeah, oh, I put that on the P. It should go on the card. Right here. That's better. Okay. And let's make sure these. This is Barlow Bold. Font size 24. So name. Let's see if that does anything. I think I need to download Barlow Bold. So here we go. Barlow. There's our bold. Let's check here. It's Barlow dash bold. So instead of regular, it's going to be bold here. So that's how we load it. And I'm going to take you. Instead of font weight bold, it's going to be bold. And that's better. I just had to import it. Oh, buddy. Here we go. What is going on here? Reviews. Card P, Ryan. Card P. There we go. If I just do every P in reviews, we're doing all of these things. But no, we don't want that. We don't want that at all. 20. That should be 24. What's going on here? The sub and the about should have taken care of that. Oh, I forgot to do that. Puh. And there we go. Now it's 24. Now they're what they should be. Oh, mistakes, mistakes. Okay, so now we got our portfolio done. Our testimonials is here. Now we got to get the background. So let's just see what this looks like if we do a background image on reviews. And what's that image? Underwire. Neat. Okay, that's a problem. I think my cards need to have a background on them. Okay. So I don't think this is going to work. Let's remove that. And let's just add it in. So reviews. So underwire. Background. Okay, so instead of typing that all out, let's do my auto center code. So make it position absolute. Oh, that means this has to be position relative. It's container. Top 50, left 50%, and then translate the shorthand, which is translate X and translate Y. This centers anything inside of a container. So when we do this, we get this. With 100%, top of negative 100 pixels. Oops. Do 0. That's 0. This is reviews. Oh, that's right. It's top 50%. So this is centered. So this is centered. And then what I need to do is make its width instead of 100%. It's 1084, so let's make it 1200 pixels. Is that enough? How big is it normally? Only 612? Really? This is 1920. So how did I end up with 612? This is too pixelated. Let's try this. Let's make another one. There we go. See, it gives me the... Oh, that's why, because I gotta buy the HD. Jerks. Let me see. That doesn't do that. I got no credits. Okay, let's remove background free. What were the other ones? Remove.ai, I think that was another one I tried. Let's see if this one works. Yeah, that didn't work at all. Let's see if Adobe can come in for the win. Nope. Nope, nope. Dang it. Come on, I tried. I did it. Come on. God, that's even worse. Maybe that's why I gotta pay for remove.bg, because it's so dang good apparently. Okay, so if I want this result, download HD. Let's get some credits. Pay as I go, huh? Screw it. Let's do it. $2. Pay by card. Let's see. Hey, Google should have my payment safe. Why can't I save it? Okay, update. Alright, I'm gonna have to go to my card. I have to go get my card out of my car. So I'm gonna stop this right now, and I'm just gonna go pay for it, and I'll be done. So, quick cut. I'll be back. Okay, I am back. I bought a new one, so it's gonna be this one. So yeah, little higher resolution there. This is 1200. So how big do I need it to be, honestly? It needs to be 1700 wide. And it's 1920, so let's just make it 1920. Okay, and then we're going to z-index it of -1 and 10. There it is. And top, let's bring this up a little bit, -55. Yeah, and then opacity, 0.02. And there's that. So what's nice about this is instead of loading it as a background, what I can do is load it in as this image. It loads lazy, and then I can actually load faster because I don't load this. So there's that. Now we get to do this, and then the footer, and then small desktop is done. So let's get to this. 503. So I need to do the same as I did to this is 36. So I need about. I'm going to go to the about. This is where we change things up. So qualities, I'm going to go here instead of about. Qualities. What is it, quality or qualities? Quality, all right. So there, we got that. 36 and 36, this should be 503. What is going on here? Finally, jeez. I don't know why this is taking up so much space. Better the products. Oh, that's because it's the wrong one. Copy. Or is it, I wrote, oh no, it's because I rewrote it. Ha. Ha. So let me just reduce this then. Instead of choose Y choose, so why choose us? Okay, that feels better then. Now quality. Max width 100%. Get rid of the padding. And let's see, it looks like 1094. Container. So quality is going to be width 100%, max width 1094 pixels, and then margin left auto, margin right auto. So that's going to be our container. Or no, I want to put this on the container. Quality container. I gotta put a max width. 100%. To override that, here's our content, our container. Here's our image. So now what I need to do is quality container. So I gotta change the flex direction to row so that they're next to each other. And then content needs to be order of 1. And then image. I don't need this. Order 2, so they swap. Okay, and so signature. Left. Title. Left. Okay, 40. I'm just checking spacing. That's 43, so H2. Tighten that up a little bit. And our P's actually stop at 420. So there we go. And then this is bigger. What do I have on it? Is it a max width or a width? Max width. 500. How big is that? That looks cool. And I want to center them, so on container, I want it to up and down, so vertically I want to center them. And that should do, unless I got any surprise margins. Probably the image. There we go. That's better. That feels more centered. And then, oh, I think I gotta. This one has a margin on it, I think. Content. So on content. Margin left, 0. Oh, I guess I should stay space between. See this how they're hugging each other? There's space over here, so I need to do justify content space between, so they can go to their respective corners. And I think I can make this guy bigger. How big is it supposed to be? It's supposed to be 525. So let's try 470. I think we can get a little bigger. 500. Let's see if we can go all the way. Cool. I can accept this. Oh, what's happening here? See, this isn't centered. It's not centered. Where is it not centered? Horizontally, because we have this space over here. So I need to go back to reviews, and reviews box, we have to justify content center so that they are centered in its container. All right, that was bothering me. And let me see. So these don't really follow these lines. Okay. I wonder if I make this fixed. No, I can't. Can I? Let's try it. I don't like that. Unless, nope. Or do I like that? No, I don't like that. I definitely don't like that. So we're definitely going to keep that down there. That's done, that's done. And now we just got to do this pain in the butt. There we go. Man. I'm just checking everything out. I mean, we're looking pretty good. I do think this opacity can come down. Yeah, it's not as in your face now. It's a little softer, a little subtler. Let's do 4. I'm very happy with how this turned out. And no one will ever know. This is pretty neat. Maybe I could use another one. No. Don't want to go too much. It's about the subtlety. You don't want to overdo it. Okay, let's get this over with. So how do I make this for small desktop? You see the arrangement we got here. I'm thinking I make this centered, and then I put these guys next to each other. This is centered, and then these guys are centered. So let's see what that looks like. So I'm going to center, well, first I got to fix this. Okay, footer before. So let's go to our footer. Actually, let's see, tablet. There we go, so that goes all the way there. Now, it looks like this top value, looks like it's got to come up. Let's make it taller. Oops. Okay, height 400. Let's do that first. because I want to account for any possible, like when the screen gets bigger. So we're going to count like that. Top negative 151. So as the screen gets wider, I just want to leave myself more space to play with here before I have to make any more adjustments. And so margin top 300. Okay, now I'm going to ignore the bolt for now until I decide what I want to do. But for now, this footer UL, LI. %25 now. Okay, and then the footer UL. Flex wrap. No wrap. I don't want it to wrap. And justify content center. Where are these? Do these have a width on them? Like, why does this have more space? Why does this LA have more space? Let's try with auto. There we go, that's better. And margin, so 0 top and bottom. So I want 20 pixels left and right, so it equals 40 in between them. So there's that. So this is 20, 21. Should be 24. Okay, so there's that. And let's make this P wider. Oh, it's the item. I wonder if I can put these next to each other. I think I can do it. Let's try it. So content. It goes here. Display flex. Let's just flex direction row just in case we need it. Justify content, space between, so you guys hug your edges. And then align items. Flex start, which is the top. Okay, item, I want to remove my margin. There you go. So they're all aligned at the top, right, with these lines, because that's what I want. So that's what flex start does. If I wanted them to line up at the bottom, that's what flex end is. So when you think about reading, you go from top to bottom, left to right. Same thing with flex. If you're justify content, flex start, you start from the left and go to the right, which is end down here. And then in align items up and down, you start at the top and you go to the bottom. So flex start, flex end, flex start, flex end. Now I need to left align all of these guys. Okay. Except so I want to do the second item. So the second one, margin left of like 100. So I gotta push this over. Now let's do a percentage, 20%. Too much. 15. Line height of 20. Okay, we're gonna do footer item P 19. Okay, that looks better. And this footer item actually has to go on top of footer item email, because item is what contains the email, so it should go above it. And honestly, I think we could even UL. I think I can do this. Margin right of 0. I think I can punch it over here. What is happening? Interesting. Okay, so UL is in a container. It's inside of here. For some reason, it wants to overflow its container. So if I just make this, okay, so if I take away its max width, 100%, justify content, flex end, to send them over here, and then the LI, I want to hit the last, because they all have a margin left and right of 20. But I want it to touch the edge of its container over here, so I set its margin right on the last one to 0. Okay, so that looks good there. We need 98, so let's say 100 pixels. So it's the bottom of 50, so UL, let's just say 98 just to be exact. So that's 98 pixels. And these are spaced appropriately. And now we gotta do design bottom. Let's do for credit A. Inline block. Font size looks like it's yeah, they're all 14. But why are you so off? What is your dealio? Line height set. Let's try that. Maybe it's the line height. No. What is going on? Why is this being weird? I wonder. Take Barlow bold. That doesn't really help. I really don't get it. Why is this so off from this? Oh, this looks like it's 17. That'll do it. Where's it getting this 17 from? As you see, it's 17. This is 17 pixels, but I have a font size of 14 here. Do I gotta override something? I don't get it. I really don't. I don't get this. Like, what the heck is happening here? That did nothing. Why aren't you behaving? Footer, credit, P. Is this even targeting it? Okay, yeah, this works, but for some reason the font size doesn't work. Okay, this is interesting. I don't know what's going on. There's no font size on the credit. Oh, what if I do 25? Okay, so obviously that works. And now they're the same. Sort of. 25 and 25. You can still see it's off. Is it because is there a flex on here? No display block. This is the darndest thing. I mean, I'm almost done, and something so simple is bugging the hell out of me. Like, where am I going wrong here? What if I wrap these in a span? I mean, that's all I got, right? Okay, these are 14 now. But for some reason this A is off. Like just by a little bit. If I add the underline, it looks like it makes sense now. I guess that's what I'm going to have to deal with here. Okay, so let's see what repercussions this has. Alright, go for mobile. Oh, no, not that. Credit P. Yeah, spread them out a little more. And then social. Spread that out a little more. And it looks like maybe I could just get away with this if I did 11. I think credit. I think credit needs text align on it. Okay, that looks a lot better. And tablet. And responsive. Alright, so let's see, credit. This is going to be 125 on top. So I gotta go to desktop. For credit. .125 pixels. So credit and then div. So credit has to be display flex, justify content, space between. So we push these away, and then I want to align them in the center vertically. But I think we got a social has a margin on it, so we have to remove that. And these are about centered, except these socials. I push them down a little bit. There we go. Now they fit inside. And then on the bottom, looks like we got 96 pixels. So we have 50 coming from the footer. So I think footer up here, padding bottom is 96 pixels. And there's that spacing. So now I'm just going to move these guys up. So our footer padding top can come up. And then we can make this electrical box now. So bolt, and you are going to be 102. Okay, width of 102 pixels, height 102 pixels, background white. Let's get rid of you. We're going to display flex it, and I want to align everything, the image in there in the centered horizontally and centered vertically. And I want its left value to be 0, transform none, and let's do a top of 0. Well, let's see, what is your bottom, what's your values? Top, left, transform, got rid of that. And see, this image is 105 wide. It's actually 140, it's actually 44. So bolt, image width 44 pixels, display block, so we can add a width to it. And then when we save, there it is. So it's at the top. So then bring this up. '93. And then left of 10 pixels. There you go. Let me see. So these should line up at about the 25% mark on the bottom. So that means this margin top on the footer needs to come down a little bit. Right? Right. Footer. Or that means the before has to come down. So before is -120. And then bolt doesn't go nearly as high. Let's try 70. 50. About there. I think it's a little better. And there you have it. So let's see, when I click on this, let's do an email. Let's do a hover state on the email. Make sure we have all of our hover states starting in desktop. There's that. And what's our hover state for the social icon A? Oh, whoops. Oh, I'm just messing this whole thing up. Let's make them bigger. And then we need our transition. 0.3 seconds ease. And then to transition back, we need to put it on its default state. So when you hover over it, it'll grow and then it'll shrink. Grow and shrink. And on these guys, I think we need to just have an underline. So ULLIA. That'd just be a regular underline. Yeah, nothing fancy. And I think that's it. I think that is that's small desktop. What the hell happened here? Where's my stuff? Wonderful. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. I gotta figure out where my nav bar went. Did I delete it? It's right here. Oh, maybe because when I brought the header up, the what do you call it? The hero. So now navbar menu needs to be a higher Z index. There they are. All right, and that's it. We forgot to account for that. So there's our small desktop. Not too bad. Got these to fit. All these are looking good. There we go. All right, and now we're going to go over to large desktop, but I'm going to take a little break because it's nap time over here for a little girl. So I'm going to take a little break, and then we're going to jump right. I mean, it's not going to be another video. It's going to be just another quick edit. Just another quick edit, and I'll be right back. Okay, yeah, it is the next day, and I am back. So let's do big desktop. So we did little desktop. So let's go up to our big desktop screens. Let's collapse this. So big desktop is going to be 1300 pixels. Excuse me while I have a little smudge on my glasses here. There we go. Any little touch on these things. Oops. Man, I hate seeing that light. There we go. Now it's clear. I'm new to glasses, so I'm still kind of getting used to having kind of that smudged spot in your vision. I can't do it. Okay, so let's see, 1300. So if we go here, let's see our max width. So if we go up to our home, turn on our columns. Let's beef these up a little bit. There we go. Okay, so my columns, looks like it starts about here. One. So then this goes here. So this is 1240. So looks like this is my container for oh, yeah, I was trying to hold that one back. So it looks like that's my container for pretty much everybody. So let's go ahead and use that. So if we go to course styles, let's go ahead and collapse our mobile. And if we go to big desktop, Max width is, what was it, 1240? So we go here to 1300. Let's zoom out a little bit. Let's check this container. It's still 1200. Let's see, 246. Where is this at? On style at CSS? Okay. Oh, that's right. It's on the. Oh, it's right here. So if I remove this, do a little refresh. Still got a max width at 1200. Let's see. It should be in there. Oh, here it is, max width. It's being overridden by this one in here. Okay, so I gotta reset heroes. Okay, so it should be good for everybody else's container. It doesn't have a container. This one. 1100 is crossed out. 1240. Okay, yeah. So I just got to do it on the home. So hero container max width is 1240. Let's do width of 100%. There we go. Now that's 1240. And that means this nav bar, it's got a max width, right? 1200, yep. So let's go to our nav bar. Looks like that is under 1024. 1200, 1240. And get rid of this. There we go. Now it's lined up. But now I got to, let's see, so Moon is not too happy right now. Let me just make sure. So if I zoom out, hello, right about here is when it starts getting a little wacky. Excuse me, sorry. So what is happening here? That this is all of a sudden moving. It looks like it's 1200. So I think it's going to be on dark. Do I have anything for 12? Okay, so what if we remove this? Okay, that's fine. So this is our nav bar. So I think our on 1300. I want this to come over. So if I touch the nav bar, okay, yeah, looks fine. So it's right of 32, so I need top dark mode button. Okay, that looks better. I can accept that. And Excuse me, having a little bit of a runny nose today. It's just allergy season for me when the seasons change. As it is currently filming, at the date of filming, it's mid-September right now. So it's just that time of year. Now we got these guys. Looks like they fill it all up. Okay, so we gotta get rid of these margins, and we gotta get rid of this padding on the container. Gonna go to cards here. Okay, get rid of the padding, and then cards.card. Get rid of the margin. That'll give us more space there. So I think the max widths are set to. They should be set to something. Width 24%. I guess I don't have a max width. So how wide are you guys? 295. Let's go to cards and cards. So let's set it here. See what max width 295 pixels. And that should change this. Yeah, that'll give us the space here. And our height should be 407. I'm just going to make that a hard decision right there, 407. So they will all be 407 no matter what. Like if I change the text in here, it's not going to change the size of the card. They're all going to stay the same. Okay, that's good. That's good. We can keep these. Let me see. So this, I mean, is this really as wide as it is? 470. Oh, this is about 500. Okay. So it looks like it pushes off of its container over here. Damn it. So this is the edge of the container. What is this, 85? So this, we need to remove the padding on the container. Okay, and then you can see in the proof, so this is the container. What is this? Is this 1180? Oh, what is this? Oh, about has a max width on it. So let's get rid of our padding left and padding right. And max width of 1240. 1240. Okay, there's a 1240. And you saw on the Figma here that it's actually off-centered a little bit from its container, about 85 pixels. So this is content. Margin right, 85, so we want to push against it. So that brings it in better. I like that, all right. And I think, so this is the container. We can make this however big it needs to be now. So what are you? I'm going to go into my images here. Lights HD, you are 908 wide. So that's what they look like. Alright, we got a heck of a... This is going to be interesting to put together. So, lights. Top negative 1,000. 13, 14, 15. I think this might be too big. Let's bring it down a notch. Because actually, how... Okay, so from here to here, okay, so it's full. Let me see, maybe it's lying to me. That's it, yeah, see, 571. Okay, let's try that. That seems a little more manageable. And just for reference, let's see, so let's say the top of this container is the top of here. So let's bring this down. And that looks about right. So that's going to be a top of 836. And now we need to move these over. So I'm going to do it this way. So let's go to the very edge of the container, right there. So that's the edge, that's touching. So right there and right there, 107. So I need to go 107 pixels to the left of 536 pixels. So I'll make it my calculator, 536 plus 107. So this needs to be negative 643. And that will be exactly where it's supposed to be away from it. And this is about how tall it is supposed to be. And so let's see, negative 643. Did I forget the top value again? Okay, top. Yeah, it was negative. I did positive. Okay, so that's good. That's good. It's just on the edge there. Now we got to move these over. Because we have to hide our shame. Looks like we need another width, another pixel. There we go, 8. Looks like that covers it. So this is in cards. The cards container before, so then this goes after container. Margin left of negative 528. And then the after looks like you need to come up some. Where is it at? Is it top or bottom? Bottom. Let's bring you up more. Right there's good. So bottom 506. And then our margin left. Again, we're going to make this 8 pixels wide. That should be good enough. -2, 16. Oh, and a width of 6 pixels. 8. Oh, sorry, 8. Width of 8 pixels. There we go. And that's just our, it works, doesn't it? That's our creative solution to getting around the limitations that we had. But it works. Don't even know it. So let's do, okay, so I think we got this section good. Now this is spaced all right. So then the FAQ is fine. Yeah, you're only ever 995 wide. And this is 979. So let's remove our padding on the container. Actually, let's just remove it everywhere. It doesn't look like we need it. There we go, 979, that's fine. Okay, electrical services. I think these look fine. These look pretty good. They're still centered. Their symbol group, yep. So these guys fill the container. So this is 440. I'm trying to get to you. I guess I just gotta do it the old-fashioned way. Let's say they're 400, 400, and 440. That adds up to 1240. So on here, services, nth of type 1 and 3. I'm going to do a width of 400. All right, and then service nth of type 2, 440. So that's how big they're supposed to be. And I think we got these spaces right. So this is 28. Okay, so this is 43 and 28. This is 43 and 28. So it looks like I got all my spacing appropriate here. Let's get the padding. Let's check the padding. 68, 67, and this is 50. Okay, so on my card, padding top 67. I think that's what we're missing. Height for this one is 840. Let's see, how tall are you? This is 749. So we're missing 100. 15 pixels, padding margin bottom 16, font size. This is 16. Seventeen. And let's grab this. So it looks like services ULLI. These are inside the card, so they go under it. Margin bottom, let's say 17. And then these guys, 663. So these are going to be a height of 663. And now they all are as they should be. Works for me. Portfolios here. You know, it's not much is going to change here. It is how it's going to be. You know, all these are done. This is the height it's supposed to be. It's the grid. Yeah, so I'm fine. And testimonials. I don't think anything has to change here. And this, I don't think anything changes here really. I mean, so this is 194. 194, yeah, that's fine. And so the only thing that's going to change is down here when we get to our footer. So what's our container? 1240. So yeah, this should be at the end. This should be at the end of the container. So I think I have to manually adjust this because this is in the footer, which is not in the container. So this will be left to the edge of the screen. So as this gets bigger, this just keeps following it. So let's go to our footer. Regular desktop. So we're gonna do left 50%, margin left negative 400, 800, 700, 6. Okay, we're almost there. 30, 20, 10, 15, 19. How close is that? So here's our container. Okay, one more. 20. Yeah, it looks like it's right on the container there. Okay, so that's where we want it. Yeah, okay, I think the only thing we have to do is adjust the width of this. So I think item 1 is going to be 525. I'm going to take this item as of type 1 with 525 pixels. No? Max width. Ah, there it is. Okay, that didn't do it. Excuse me. Let's see. Maybe it's because these other ones are too big. Like this one, item 2. Is 190. Okay, that helps. This is almost there. Let's get rid of that margin left. And then this one is supposed to be, what is this, 360? And you're supposed to be 295. this margin left. Okay, so that'll adjust that. And now, so these guys are actually in their own little container. See there, and there. So 1070 is what these guys are. So I think this is because they're on their own container, which is the content container. So I just got to do (1070) and make sure pixels, margin left auto, margin right auto, and voila. There we go. And looks like these guys are still on the regular container. Everything else is on the regular container. So this is, yeah, is that it? I think it's large. We just did large desktop. So I think that's fine now. Rock on, that wasn't too bad. Bring that back down to 5. So yeah, shoot, everything looks pretty good. This looks as it should. I know these are all spaced how they should be from our previous media query. All our animations look good. This spacing looks good. I'm just glad this turned out okay. Nice, nice. We don't have, do we have, is there an overflow here? I see a second scroll bar. Let's check, let's go full screen. Gosh, God. Some bitch. Alright, so it begins another hunt for the overflow. I'm going to tackle this in a second. It's noon. I actually have a meeting that I have to jump into. So I'm going to jump into my meeting, and then I'm going to come back here, and then we're going to figure out this overflow issue. And then we're going to test our screens out for larger screens. So my screen right now here on my laptop is about 1800 something pixels wide. So we'll test it on 18, and then we'll test it on 2500 and make sure everything looks good. Now, because you never know how big some of these screens are going to be. That they'll be, oh yeah, see this? This is a, see that? Yeah, this is a problem. We don't have a max width on the card section here. It's 1159. Okay, yeah, I'll jump in on this in a second. So I mean, it's just gonna be a quick cut for you. It'll be like, I don't know, an hour for me. So just a second. Okay, so we just left off on this annoying horizontal scroll bar. So I think it's on the home page. So let's find out. If we go to if we go here, is it on? Okay, it's not on small. It's not on tablet. So it only happens, let's see, is it on small desktop? I don't see an overflow issue on small desktop. I think it's when we made the change to 13. See, there's the line. So I think it has, what is it? Is it the image? So if I just get rid of hero, does it fix it? No, so it's not in hero. think it's the footer. Maybe it's the footer because maybe this thing's throwing it off. So it's not that. Let's try portfolio. So now they got a couple things that are going off. No, maybe it might be the footer, honestly. Let's see. So here's this. Okay, so when I remove the footer, it removes the overflow. So overflow hidden on footer, and if we do that, then we remove this. Why? X. Okay, so it's the issue with this. I think what I'm going to have to do is make a clip path. Because this apparently is going off in too far of a direction. But it's only in 1300. What is happening from 12 to 13? That's what I don't get. Maybe it's on the container? Looks like it's on the container. Is that it? So why was the container having an overflow issue? That's so weird. Alright, well, at least that was fixed, right? Now we gotta fix these, so when we spread this out, they're spreading out. So this container doesn't have a max width on it. Max width 100%. That'll do it. So that's on 64 rem, which is 1024 on cards, not hero. What's the max width? $1240. There you go, and that should bring those guys back in. Let's see, 13. But when we go to, when we grow this, we're going to keep running into this problem. And that means I have to keep adding padding to this. So let's first, okay, 1300, everything looks cool, except this keeps moving with, I don't want that. So we gotta make dark. What are you? So the top dark button. So 1300 is where things change. Okay. So regular desktop, small desktop. excuse me. We're going to reset this. We're going to do my left 50% and then our margin left thing. So we're going to physically place it. Margin left 600. Was that really perfect the first time? That can't be. My God. It is. It's one of the few times where you just pick a random number and hope it works, and it works. Cool. Huh. I'm actually pretty proud of that. Okay, so that's done. See, this is good. I think I can. I think on this is 13. So I think my next bump up will be 15. Now my next bump up is going to be where this has a problem. So right here, 1400 is where I'll start the next one. So if it's on 1400, I need, so I don't think I can get it. Can I get it here? Yeah, okay, good. I can see it side by side here. So landing. And this is, you know, part of making your website 100% responsive. You find where all the breakpoints are that the website breaks, and you fix them. So because we have some custom designs and styles and graphics, ours is going to be a little more complicated, and we might have a little more media queries because we have something more complicated. So this is what's going to happen. I need let's see, so hero, instead of choosing a padding bottom, a fixed padding bottom of 300. Let's make it a percentage. 30%. And let's see how tall that is. Just tell me what it is. Whatever it is, it's obviously not enough. So we do that. So no matter what happens, I have to bring I think I need to bring my cards up. This is 30%. So I think it's the cards container that I am adding a negative margin top to. Yes. Let's say 500. Or this is attached to cards. So instead of adding that to the container, let's add it to the cards and pull the cards section up. Looks like that's too much. So if I do that, I'm good for a while up until 2000. I think what I need to do is make this taller. So if we go to cards before, let's do 14. That's good enough to cover this. So let's just do 271. Oh, was it 270 or is it 371? Cards. There we go. That's covering that. And so as we go, it's getting wider. So what if I do my margin top like -5%? Let's do a percent. Doesn't go down nearly as much. -10. 6. That seems like a lot. Nope. 6%. We're at 14. So here's that's where the margin top comes in. Let's do 7. So it stays relative. It doesn't go down nearly as much, which is fine. But let's make this even taller. So it's going to cover that up. So this way, so as our screen grows, our padding bottom is pushing, our margin top is pulling. Whoa, what's up here? Okay, because our height is fixed. So since our height is fixed right here, is it fixed? Hero. I could have sworn I had a height of 200. No, that's before. Hero. Min height, 100 view height. Height, 1140. See, because it's a fixed height, when I add more padding, to it, it pushes it up. See this padding? So, on 1400, I need its height to be auto. There we go. Now we still get that space. Or instead, min height 1140, height auto. So at minimum it'll be 1140. So here it stays what it should be, and then as the padding pushes down, my hero maintains its minimal height, but still grows. So at about, let's see, let's do 1900. So at 1900, I'm thinking here for a second. No, there's not a way. Because the other option, that when you usually do these things, a lot of times you use a clip path, and you just create a clip path in a triangle, and then you set it either on top or on the bottom, and then it sits on it. It sits on top of the flat. So imagine the line was right here. This is the top. You just absolutely position it to go above it, so top 0, and then the triangle would be white, and then this would just be seamless, and it would just look like there was a slant instead of actually being a slant. But because we have this, just give me a second here while I completely rethink everything I've ever done. So, but I got this. So that means I have to make 2 clip paths. So if I make a clip path as a triangle here, that this sits on top of, make another clip path that is a large triangle. Or I keep doing this. Let me try something. Where's my clip path? I think I got it in my... No, I think that was on my old computer. Clip path generator. Clippy. Okay, so... I mean, I could just do the same shape. Oh, yes, I think that would be easier. So I make the same shape. Let's just make this 100 tall, wide. Okay, so this would be the shape, right? This would be white, and it will sit on top of this flat border here. So and then I make a second one that goes that it's just taller, shifted up. So if I make it 100 pixels, let's make this 280, right? This needs to be 100 pixels. So what's 100 divided by 280? What's that percentage? So 35, about 36. So this is at 76. Let's make this 36. Because then that'll be about, if I make this clip path 280 pixels tall, wait, technically it should be, if it goes down to here, it'd be more than 280. This is just going to be one of those tricky ones. So even just trying to get this slant here, it's really just going to be eyeball. I'm really just eyeballing this, honestly. So I guess let's try to go. Let's go for there. Okay, this is going to be interesting. So what's going to happen is, let's try this. We're just going to try something out here. So we're going to remove it, and what's going to happen is I'm going to place the clip path on top here. And what we're going to do is, I think I'm going to put it in the I'm going to put it in the hero section, landing. So I need .white clip aria hidden equals true, I have 2 clips. And I don't want to load them on mobile, so we're just going to go hero. Actually, no, I don't even need to do that. Just dot white clip, dot red clip, display none. Don't load it. We don't need it. 1400, however, bring them back. Position absolute. Bottom, we're going to go -2 pixels because we want it to overlap a little bit so that there's no seam. Width 100%, left 0, and a height of 400 pixels. Let's see how that looks. And so we'll start with 1, so dot white clip. That's where we're going to copy this code, this clip path code. This clip path will create this. And what we do with that is when we put this clip path here and we set the background to the color we want, that's what the clip path will be. So this is my clip path right here. And it looks like, I mean, we're pretty darn close. So let's play with that value. This, I think it's the 51% value. To bring it down some more. Nope, other direction, 60. I'm gonna see if I can get it to match up these. No, 58. Let's move my triangles. Okay, so there's that. So steeper, because I'm just trying to, if I can match this, then it's perfect. So I am going to make it steeper. And I think that's pretty gosh darn close. I'm going to do one more. Let's try 0.5. Can I do 0.5? Okay, I think that's close. That's as close as it gets right there. Okay, so we got. What's nice about the clip path is when it does not extend past the container, so it doesn't overflow anything. It's actually pushing up against it and growing indefinitely. So at 1400, this is where we are. I can. So this has to come down a lot more. Because okay, it needs to go down here. So it needs to be slicing at maybe about 20%, 25%. So we take this clip path and we scoot it down. So we scoot this down. So that's the stop. We scoot down there and we grow. That works, I'll take that. So again, about 1400. Bottom, -145. And what I need to do now is got white clip, copy, red clip, and its background is going to be the primary color. And I'm going to set its bottom value. So we want it's supposed to be 100 pixels tall, so I'm going to set it 100 pixels above it, so negative 145 or negative 45 pixels instead of 145. And then look, it's on top, so I need to set it behind it, the index of negative 1. 10. Okay, this is 10. The index of 11. There we go. You need to set those on top of each other. And there's that. So I just got my 2 clip paths here. And then when we grow it, not much is happening. This is pretty neat, right? Except the only problem is this. So I got a couple emails from Kyle, my designer, about the Kent website. We got to make that live. So I'm going to go deal with that right now. So I think we got this figured out, and then I got to figure out what to do with these guys. So I'm going to do another quick cut, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back now. All resolved. So now we got, looks like we got this working the way we want it to. I think padding bottom being 30% might be a little much. Or is it? There's that. So I think the margin top on cards needs to be a little more. It stays a little bit. Right here, right about there is where that's where it's supposed to be. And then we do here, so it jumps up on 1400, but it moves down periodically to about where it's supposed to be at 1891. And I think on 2000 here is where we'll have to bring it back up. That's not enough. Oh, margin top. Okay, so we go from here. It's up here. You notice this is moving. Why? Let's see. $437, but its margin 153. So here's my hero, dark. So my container's here. What is pushing it? Why is there that margin top on my container. So then what I want instead, so here top on margin on this, okay, so margin top should come from here. Should be 265 instead of 153. So hero text on 1400. Oops. That'll push this down however much it needs to, which means 1400. This needs to come down. That looks fine. So when we grow, it looks like as this goes down, this doesn't grow up enough. Let's see. As the padding bottom grows, this needs to come up even more. So what if I make it a calc? So negative 3% plus 50 pixels. I don't know, let's see what that does. Minus. That doesn't do anything, that was just, that's worth a shot. So this is 1400, that's too close. 3% is where we want to be. But then we need something for we copy this, get rid of this. So I want to do 1500. Let's make that jump up to 6. See, it's got to jump back up. And as we go down, it's got to jump back up. So let's do a jump back at 17. Or I don't even think I need that. Let's jump at 19. I think because we got one, well, we got one at 2000. The negative 24%. I think that looks fine. So I'm going to go to 2000. Oh, but you see this has to come up. This came up. Oh, that's right, I'm moving the container. I need to move the cards. That's why it was such a jump. Let's do 10. Let's see if this jumps. Why does this jump? You notice if we, so this is where we want the line. We want the line to go about here. And when we jump, $2,000 is where it's at. So maybe hero bottom's got to come down. Maybe that's just too much now. Let's try 25%. Whoops. Should I push it down less? Does that help? Okay, if I do that, then I got to push these back down. So I go 20%. This is if I do 25, so let's just say that. So if I do 25, that means my cards have to come down. Okay, to 6. This is at 2,000. Okay, so that's about the same proportion that we want. And then it grows and grows and grows, grows and grows and grows. So we're at 23. Let's say 25. I think 25 will be the next one. Let's bump these guys back up. So 25. Padding bottom's going to be 22. Okay, that works. That works for me. I am totally fine with that. Now let's just make sure, so when we go to the ultra big screens here, let's just make sure everything else is looking fine. This is just getting a little stretchy. I might have to set a max width on this, actually, maybe. Oh, and this doesn't have a max width. What's this? Reviews box. Let's just say, okay, so reviews box. Let's say on 64. Max width of 1240. And we need a margin left. Okay, margin left auto. Oh, sorry, you got a text from the wife. Little girl fell asleep on top of her without actually a formal nap time. Bring her up here now? Question mark. I guess that means I gotta hurry up. What in the heck is going on here? Okay, margin right, auto as well. Now that'll be centered. The only thing is this image. I think reviews. I think we should have overfulfilled hidden. as to hide this, because you notice like when this image got bigger, it was encroaching onto this. We don't want that. So as this gets bigger, whoops, oh, that's right, this image is not that, I see, so this image is only like 1900 wide. So once I get to 1900, I want views background with, is that what it is? Reviews background? Yeah. I'm going to set your width to be 2500 now. And by doing that, it stretches it out a little bit, but it also prevents it from encroaching onto this because I have the overflow hidden. So when it overflows down here, that'll get cut off, but it also gets cut off up here. Unless I do, so Portfolio has a padding bottom of, what, 50, whatever, 100. So if I go to Portfolio at 1900, padding bottom 0. So if I remove that and then add the padding top to Reviews, who already has a padding top of 155, so let's make that 255. And we do that, there we go. So it brings up our reviews to the bottom right here so that our picture can still go up to the top and then still overflow down here at the bottom. Okay, so we got that solved. We got that solved up until 2500, by which case at 2500 pixels, let's set this width to be 35. And that should be enough, honestly. So that's solved. Again, we're running into the same problem here. But let's tackle these as we go. So these are staying right in the middle. They're not stretching out too far. I like this. I don't want them to go out here. That just seems like too much. So let's just keep them all right here. That's good. So I think we got this pretty much how we want it now. Especially, let's see, when we go to, well, let's see, when we go to 3000, it gets a little bit of a gap. So let's set one for, I know we're getting a lot of media queries here, but this is just what happens when you have these full width stretch slanties and things that overlap, and you just create a lot more problems for yourself sometimes. But I mean, in the end, it's for the client, and you just gotta, if you want to make something unique and special, sometimes the effort has to be unique and special. Alright, so I think we got it now. Now the only thing is to account for this. So once I've got to go back to 1400, because this is where things start getting crazy. I think because the triangles can't overlap, they will show. They don't necessarily show up on the red because they're also the same red, just different variations of it and opaque. So I think, let's see if I zoom out. So once it starts getting apparent is when it overflows right here. When it overflows right about here is where it starts getting apparent. So at 1600, so now we got to account for the triangles. I'm just trying to figure out how would I go about this? Because this, see, this is overlapping because this is being pushed down, but this has a very fixed top. So if at 1600, what if they had a top value of 20 view width? So however many pixels the view width is, that's how many pixels down it will go. So let's see if I can make that an inverted relationship, basically. So, okay, -1. Let's try that. So we got -1 view width. Do they move down at a significant amount? No. See, they're still overlapping. Okay. I think I have another idea. So instead of keeping this always at the edge, what I'm gonna do, how wide is this as wide as it's supposed to be? Yes. It's left values. Okay, so this is kind of where it's gonna be. So 1600. Let's do another one for 1900. The wife is calling me. All right, I gotta pause. Here we go. Okay, I'm back a few hours later. So let's pick up where we left off. So we can spread this out a little bit. I think 2200 is the next one. Let's see. One. Okay, and then all right, there you go. Now let's remove these lines, columns. Don't need them. So it looks like this one. So we see this. It looks like that's what that one is. So here's where I think 2200 is where I want to start doing I'm going to place it strategically. So I'm going to do the left 50% and then margin left. You know that whole ordeal. Let's see, that's too little. 900. Okay, see, that's where our triangle's at. Cool, cool. Looks like it's just on the edge. And I think that's about where it's at. So let's go ahead and let's just re-rotate this thing too so that it lines up with our triangles. There we go. So it lines up with this. Let's find our rotate. Let's see. 6.5. Okay, I think that's good. So then we're going to take this. Negative 6.5 degrees. And then I got to change that top value. Let's try 0. What's the width? 1315. Okay. Is that what it is here? 1315. All right, all right. Is top 0? Is that really it? Top 0? Yeah, it looks like it. Well, almost. Top of 27. Okay, and you see how it's like this line here? So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to create a pseudo element on where do I want to put it? I think containers already got 2. Yeah, you already got your before and after. So let's put it on the about. Here's my pseudocode. Actually, yeah, here's my pseudocode. So what I'm going to do, it's a little sneaky. So, you know, obviously we're having problems keeping this to the edge because as it grows, it's going to come farther away. And as it also goes to the left, it also ends up going higher. So it overlaps and it just doesn't look good. And it's really hard and complicated to maintain. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to create a pseudo element that is positioned just like this with my left 50 and margin left. So it stays where it stays. And instead, it's going to be however tall this is. And it's going to be its background is going to start at white and fade to transparent. So that will fade these edges. And obviously it will cover this up and it'll look like this is just fading into the background. And all is well. So that's what I'm going to do. Now let's go over here. And I think I want to do it on, I'm going to do it on about. And we're going to do this at 2200. Whoops. What was I just working on? Here. Oh, this is 1900. Copy. No, because I needed this at 2200, so whoops. I'm just going to copy all this. No, I'm just going to copy this. Copy. I'm just going to undo everything I did here. So that's 2 there. Okay. And then I'm just going to put this here so that I can copy this. Okay, there, that's 2200. Okay. Now that is done. So about 2200. We're going to do about position relative. About before. Copy this. So instead of that, our background, we're going to create a gradient, and I like to use Colorzilla. I love their tools, so we're going to get rid of this, and I want it to be horizontal from left to right, and I want it to start, get rid of that. I want it to go here, transparent, so it already has it for me right here in the preset. And I'm just going to move this over a little bit, full stop. I make the white start here. Okay, and then I just literally copy this, insert that for the background. Whoops. And then what I need to do now, so height is going to be, I don't know, 500 pixels. Width, let's make this 100 pixels. Top is going to be 0, left is going to be our 50%. Margin left, negative 400 pixels. So let's see where you are. It's right there. Z index 100 or 1000. This background display block. $400. There it is. I had to make it a wider width. Okay, so this needs to double in height, it looks like. And then our top value needs to come up. Alright, so we can see it growing, growing, growing. Actually, what's going to negative 328. What I'm going to do, just so I can find it. There it is, right? So this is our box. We can make this a lot smaller. Yeah. So then I need this to come left more. So we're just going to scooch it this way. Keep waiting, and just wait. And right here, negative 945. And then I also want to rotate it. Negative 6 degrees. Like that. And then let's move it down. Just like that. It's top negative 286. Let's get rid of our border. And there we go. See, now these look like they're just kind of fading off into obscurity. So it's not as harsh of a disillusion. I'm wondering, what if I make it lighter? If I make it wider, the fade out happens a little better. But I think it's too wide. Yeah, that looks fine. So see, it's just about creating the illusion. And right here, we're creating the illusion that these are fading off into the distance. And this is only really for the biggest of screens. So, I mean, 2200.
Daddy,
Yeah, bud.
my backpack is in the car.
You want me to get your backpack?
The Minecraft one.
All right.
Go get it.
Okay. So I guess I gotta wear the backpack. Not even like 5 minutes in.
Only penguin.
All right, so I'm gonna cut again. I'll be back. And I'm back. He left his backpack in the car, and I had to go get it. So I think this is fine. I'm wondering, can I bring it in some more? Let's see. Oh yeah, this is crazy. This is fine. Okay, so this looks fine. I think on 2000. That's where we can move this thing in. I'm gonna go portfolio triangles. So we're gonna do this one. And how far over do I want it? So we're gonna bring it back in. I think right about there. So I'm gonna do negative 211. And I think we gotta come down some. Or come down. Or up? Actually, how much do we have to work with here? Is there more? No, that is the bottom. Okay, so we're gonna bring it back down. I think right about there. So top is negative 517. Yeah, so I think that's good. I think on 2500. Let's bring it in some more. That's my brother calling. Just a second. Again. Alright, I'm back from that. Man, sorry for all these like switching out and stops and starts, but it's just the life of working from home. So we move this over a tad. So another 100 pixels over. And I think that's fine. I'm just looking at it now. Let's try a negative 11 pixels. That works for me. And then when we go onto the bigger screens, like the 3000s, I mean, it's still there. It looks like this has to go some more. So 2800. Actually, let's just do this here then. Is this the before? What is this? Portfolio. Grid before, it's width 3000. We're going to change that to 5000. Now you carry on. And that should be it. Got that, and then it was just we got this. And you know what? I think the easiest way to deal with this is to again use this clip path that we got going on up here. Oh shoot. Mother. Okay, so let's, I think I have an idea how I'm going to do that. So if we go to about, I think 2200 is where it's at. Let's send this thing down some more. Let's go like, for it's 86, so let's go like 30. Send it down 50 pixels. And it's like halfway here, so let's send it down some more. Sitting there, a little more. Yeah, it's not so noticeable. So that when this thing does grow, it's not as noticeable. It's not noticeable. $27. I think at 30. 32, it looks like these guys are a little too far up. And again, I know this section is very tedious, but if you really want to get the details right, this is what you got to do. I mean, we got a relatively complicated setup, 3200, with a lot of moving pieces that we have to account for. And this container's got to come down too. Right about there. So cards container. Negative 387. Alright, so that looks a little better. I think that's as big as we need to get. Unless somebody's watching this on website on a TV. So I think I gotta do this. Otherwise, it's just gonna get ridiculous. So I'm gonna copy that. I think we started here with it. Clips. Let's take this. Let's go to our footer. And let's just paste this here for now. Grab this. Put this in there. And let's just add this here, because we only have one. Okay. This is going to be, at what point does this get crazy? $1,500 already? Jeez. All right. 1,500, that's where we'll do this. So the back, what is this color? 232323. Cool. 232323. So this is going to be footer clip, and in the footer, I need to place it. Area hidden equals true. And let's see, bottom, let's go top, 0. Let's see what that does. Did that work? Is it here? So footer clip is here. If I want this to work, I need to put this not in footer clip, but no, I can't put it in footer clip. Just needs to have a top. So if its height is 400, and top is going to be negative 390, and then all right, so there it is. It's creating that slash that we want to see, and now I just got to bring it down. To there. So negative 241. Okay, so we've created that. Now let's see what happens here. So as this grows, this gets a little more angled. It's a little more stretched. That means I got to change its height. Right about here at 1800. So I change that to 600. Change its top value. And it's a little steep. Looks a little steep. Let's go about there. So 519. Top value is going to be now you see I keep running into the problem that I did before with this. So that means if I do this, if I come up here, it means I had to take this container. I have to give it a negative margin top. Well, that's not working. It's just doing that. This is, oh God. All right, I'm done. I'm not doing slants anymore. This is ridiculous. Okay, what if I get rid of this? What if I just get, okay, I'm just going to start over. So we got our footer here. Right at about 1500. That's for my footer before. It needs to come up. So I think maybe I just deal with this. Yeah, And bring this up to top negative 188. It didn't come up. It's like it's not happening. This is footer 15. It's still pulling the 120. Oh, I didn't save it. Alright, so there's the save. So then the footer, would the margin top go down? No. I need to bring this stuff up. If I bring this up, God bless it. This is irritating me. Okay, this is where I'm at. Okay, I think what I'm going to... I think I have an idea to get around all of this. Chop that there, and then what I'm going to do... I'm just going to remove the background on the footer so that this will always do this. I don't have to worry about that. And then, I think I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to create an after. So I'm already using a before element, so I'm going to use an after element. That is 100% the height and width. That is 233, or 232323. Okay, that basically creates that, like it recreates the background. But instead, I'm going to set its height to 90. Whoops. And then bottom to 0. So it goes down here. It's 90% the height. So hopefully, so when we get to here, 2000, can I get away with 80? I can get away with 80. When we get to here, and that's when we need to make the, I think we need to make, okay, let's make the before a little bigger. Height of 478. And let's do a width of 5,000 pixels. I just created an overflow issue. There's that bar again. So what is creating it? Is it the before that's creating it? If we remove the before, we remove the overflow. that happened when I made the height too big. For some reason it doesn't like when the height goes to 4. But I have overflow hidden on the body. I have overflow hidden. Overflow X. Maybe I need overflow in general, and that helps with that. It's this. It's sticking down. Oh, overflow is okay. Well, that doesn't work. You gotta do body. Maybe it's just in the body. Overflow hidden. Okay, that's fine, but then we got this thing pushing on it. You see, it's, for some reason it's pushing down on the screen and causing this gap, which I don't want. So if we do this, let's adjust its height. Looks like that's where it needs to be, apparently. Unless, what if I make this pseudo into a clip?
I can't open this.
What do you need?
I can't open this. I open with that.
There you go.
With my popcorn hands.
Alright, popcorn hands can't open this. Alright. Close the door. So I take my pseudo element for the after. And I make it a clip path, right? And I set its height to 100%, because if it basically is making that shape already, let's say 1000 pixels. Okay, getting somewhere, getting somewhere. Let's lower that to 8. And then we get our before. So if I make this with 4000, okay, we had no overflow. The after, let me see, I'll just make this red so you can see. So the after I made into a clip path that's sort of in the same shape as this, and all it's doing is filling in the rest where this before element doesn't catch because it's a rectangle, right? So that is how I'm doing it. And it's just masking it, it's hiding. So when I make this bigger, you notice that we keep this nice clean line all the way through. We don't have any overflows. We're good. So we're all the way to 3700. Things are fine. I don't have to change anything. Cool. All right. Okay, yeah, there's officially no double scroll bars. Everything is as it should be, and I'm happy. Cool. Okay, so that's done. I think this is good. But you. See, when we get to this, it looks awful, so I might need to put... I either need to make this only happen in a container, or I need to add more. But I'm gonna have to go to the store real quick. I gotta get food for dinner, and then I will come back here and finish this dang thing without interruptions, hopefully. So I'm gonna cut again, and then I'm gonna come back and do this. Okay, I am back the next day now. So I think we left off, we're gonna be doing this. I had to make this footer, or this portfolio better. This is just too wide. So I think, right there it still looks good, but I think right about, maybe right about 1700 is where it gets a little weird. So let's go to our portfolio. And let's grab this to copy and paste. It's 1700. It's like the 12th spam call I've gotten since 8 a.m. They're getting relentless now. I don't know what it is. I just probably get 12 to 20 calls a day. It's all the same people. Let's do, so it's width 100%. Let's do max width of, let's do 1500 looks like. I think I gotta refresh. There we go. And I also gotta do margin. Left, auto, margin, right, auto. Let's bring that in. Let's do 16. Or 14. There we go. Now that doesn't feel as stretched anymore. I think I can get behind that. I think I want to move this over more. Let's see. So it was 18. No, I think this is where it should be. Yeah, this is fine. Although I am wondering, because I don't see the fade over here. Let's just see how far I can move this over. So it's 30 pixels over. Zero? 30? 100? Okay, that's the cutoff, so let's do 110. 80. 60. Oh yeah, we got this down here. It's right about there. Which is, yeah, about -30. So yeah, let's just leave that alone then. I guess this is as good as it gets. So we got that. This looks good. This looks, it needs to come down. But this looks better now. Okay, I think all of this looks fine. But let's fix this. Alright, so at what point does this get corrupted? Alright, triangles. Let's see. I think it's starting at 1024, really. I think at like right about 1500. Let's, because we can start seeing that gap. So at 1500, let's take it down a notch. That's my other work. Let's just close that out so I don't keep clicking on it. Let's adjust this top value. I think that's good. Top, -503. Let's see if this right makes any difference. Yeah, let's bring this right out. We're missing all of this. Right, -345. Let's fill that space in some more. And then let's try at 17. Yeah, 1700. Let's drop this now. So it looks like it needs to come back down. So at 1700, let's do top -63. And let's push this right some more. Let's see how far we can go. So I think we're missing out on a lot. Yeah, let's do right of -20. No, not 24. We can still, so we see the line right here where it stops. So let's bring it back a little bit. Right, -94. I like that. Okay, so that breakpoint's taken care of. So let's stretch this and see something happens at 2000. And I think at 2700, we're going to do something else. I'm going to make it bigger. I know this is so annoying, just going through all of these breakpoints, but this is what you got to do sometimes. And if there's a better way to do it, please tell me. Let's see, so let's give it a width of 1700 pixels, or 18, 19. Let's make it a little bigger. 23. How big can we get? Doesn't look like its width is changing. Why? Portfolio, huh? I think I can like this. Whoops. Let's just move this right. Let's see what we get. That doesn't look good. Okay. I think it's got the right value has to stay. So I think that looks fine. Are we done accounting for all of these gigantic screens? See, this is covered really nicely. Cool. So I think we're done with desktop. Got all of our hovers. Oh, this. We have to change this. So what we're going to do, we're going to click on this. So on hover, where is it getting its styles? So that's before it's changing. To do a 1024, 736, line 736 in core styles. Actually, we don't need these bobbles. Here we go. So contact button. I need to do this. But for contact button, which means I need to change it. So if I redo this, I need to change that hover state. Here's the before. And this is on 724. Oh, it's right here. So we need to copy this. And we're basically saying, like, so this, for all of the A's in the nav, it's going to do this to make the border bottom. However, we don't need that for this button. So what I do is I take this and I substitute the A for the more specific class name, and on hover I specifically tell its before element, instead of doing this, just do this again. So I'm basically having to redeclare it so that when I hover it doesn't change. It looks like it's still doing it. Contact button. Maybe I'm not being as specific. Well, we can try this. What if I just copy and paste this, add a hover here? That still doesn't work. How do I fix you? Class contact. Is it on the contact or is it on? Okay, so it's on the A. What if I put an A here? Well, that's no good. Now what's going on here? Now I don't even have it. Okay, so now that's back. This contact button. Okay, I just want to try this with the A. It still does it. So my other option is to give it an ID. Contact B. On hover, it's still getting that. So then what I need to do now is be less specific with this. So instead, I will do I'll just do hover link. So everybody with a hover link class, instead of the li, we're going to do .hoverlink. So the li with the hoverlink class still works, and doesn't affect it. There we go. So I just had to remove. So this was originally targeting all LIs and the link inside of them. But instead of just doing LI, on the links that I wanted the underline to happen, I gave it a class and just substituted that class for the LI, so that this, since it doesn't have that class, gets ignored and we don't have to worry about it. But now, let's see, I think I gotta put let's remove this, because it doesn't have a hover state on it. So I gotta put a hover on this. So side nav contact button. Let's just see if this works. Okay, yeah, that works. Now I just gotta get this before to change. Hover before. Border 2 pixels solid. White. There it is. Cool. Okay, so that's good. I don't like that it goes black. I think this has to go white as well. Oh, excuse me. So before I can call this quits, let's go back to style. On 1024. Our button solid. White color var primary. Let's do this again for before. Border 2 pixels solid white. There you go. See, that looks better than having the black on black. Accessibility. Okay, so we got that. Got that. I think everything is looking good now. It's red, black, black. This looks fine. The animation is working as intended. This looks better. These look good. There's that. And the footer's fine. So I think we're good here. That's a wrap on desktop. So I think next next we're going to do dark mode. So I'll do dark mode, and then we'll do the about page, and everything that happens in the about page will be in that video. And then we'll do our contact. Well, let's see, what are all the pages that we have here? Contact and portfolio. Yeah. So I'm going to do, let's get rid of this. Whoops. So I'm going to do the home page all the way through plus dark mode, and then every page here will be its own separate video. I won't break it up into mobile, tablet, and desktop. They're all going to be one complete video, because these two honestly are going to take very little time. This will be interesting to put together, but so I'm going to do full pages and dark mode in their own contained. So next video, we're going to add dark mode to our website and get started on the homepage, dark mode. So that'll be fun. So I guess we'll see you on that one.